ramps. Oh, that was a lot of pieces of conveyor just suddenly went boom there.
Yeah, because I went to pick it up and press the wrong button.
Fun with that. Glad it's not me who did that. Somebody might be screaming.
Yeah, not my punch my desk again. The desk has seen a lot of punching.
Is that the solution? Just punch a desk?
Yeah, just punch a desk.
Okay, well, we're going to have to switch the purpose of this thing. Oops. Didn't think the blast radius was that big, but okay.
You do have all level 2 underneath.
Okay, and then that's the last one there. Yeah, I need to connect them up. What was that? You!
What's this platform here for?
I used to use it
was
to
when we
walk
did.
across.
It was like a little crossing point.
Yeah, it was cross.
I literally just went to stand on it and he deleted it.
Shop deliveries, okay. Safety first. Lift with your legs, not your back. Warning, this does not mean you must use literal legs to lift parcels with. You must still use your arms. Oh my god. Aha. Ooh. Instructions. Hold the pin, hold the extinguisher with the nozzle pointing away from you, release the locking mechanism. Look at this! How to use a fire extinguisher. Pull the pin, aim at fire, spray and pray. You don't get paid enough to care. Run away, save yourself. I like that. That's actually truthful.
Yes, Captain Flint, it's all balanced correctly. Yes, Cool Tiger, I know profits are down. Thank you very much for stating the obvious.
Oops.
Yeah.
Profits are down.
Thank you, Paul, for stating the obvious.
I don't know whether you noticed, but profits.
Thank you, Knight, for stating the obvious.
There's a few people making sure you're aware of it now.
I don't know what you want me to do about it currently. I don't have a solution.
You're the genius. Can't expect solutions from you, mate.
Yeah.
Non-inbound. Oh my god, they're all coming down together. It's like this synchronized.
Lol. No, I'll get on one. You get on the other one.
Right. Oh.
Hey! I'm falling off!
Skill issue, mate. I'm in outer space. Way! Come back down.
I'm gonna catch you! I've got you! I've got you!
I'm trusted in you. I'm dead. Mandy K, I think I missed you out. 41 months. Thank you, Mandy. Totally forgot to ring. I saw that. I saw that as well. That's all been witnessed, recorded, viewed by lots of people. Puppy is destroying conveyor belt.
Yep.
Oh, what are you doing, mate? Just delete the conveyor belt with Shift F. Because now you're going to have to literally drill all of that scrap.
You don't have to drill it. You just explode it again and then get rid of it.
Let's do that then. I didn't know if we get penalised for it. Yeah, I know you get more if you send full loads, but I didn't know if you get penalised for not sending all the loads on the day that you got them. Well, we're gonna find out, Arjun, if they'll still be that. Wait, what? What on earth? That's freaky. Hover engine. Does that sound?
It's just called jetpack.
Yeah, but it's gonna need a hover engine, surely.
I don't know.
Mm-mm.
I don't know.
Maggie?
Oh.
Yeah. Well, Oramos will buy our transport bots. Does that need the bigger ship or not?
If you look at the thumbs up, it says we're sending enough.
Okay. Where are you seeing the thumbs up? Oh, that thing. No. Where are you seeing the thumbs up?
So you've got the shopping cart,
Yeah.
which says 192,
Yeah.
and then the thumbs up next to it in the middle is 192. That means
That's
they basically...
that's a crane hook lifting something. That's not a thumbs up.
Well, from the little screen that I have you on, that's what it looks like.
I mean, I'm just saying that my glasses are okay, and that is definitely a crane lifting a box, not a
Okay,
thumbs
well,
up.
the crane says the same number, which means we're hitting the max target that they can do.
Right, that's what we're delivering.
Yes.
Which makes sense for it to be a crane, doesn't it?
Well, I couldn't see because you're not on my main monitor and you're in a small window.
Okay, okay. Whatever the excuses are, I'm good. Welcome back. Welcome back. I need to get some metal for a smart battery, don't I? That's a bit of a priority right now. I stupidly used all the metal. Smart battery. There we go. Put that in. And then we need some automation on that. Automation wire. And then we can carry on with the big project, the big genius project. Which is this. All this water's building up here. 86 Celsius. It's all going to get dumped into here. Phosphorite, igneous rock. So when that comes careering down here, it's going to land right there, isn't it? Now I need to build this up a bit more. Or do I? How do I want this to function exactly? I think we said we're going to pump it, didn't we? That's right. So if I build a ladder down there, build a pump here, and effectively we can just pump it out of there. 33 months, Scotsman, thank you very much. Hendo, thank you for 69. Nice. Jake, thank you for 98. Markbot, thank you for 47.
Hive.
Iron ore. Oh, wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. Just cancel that a second.
Party Hive.
We need a ladder to get in here. I should just build a ladder there. And then I'll convert that. Actually, no, let's not. I know what we'll do. We'll build a ladder next to it. I don't want to convert that into wall tile. Do I need to even do this? Hot tub
Another
in the
button
stream.
to push. Sclove.
Mick, thank you for 79. Tom Sunday with 127. That is almost an 8-bit number. A parity 8-bit number, I should add. Right, if I open those two up, I can get up there and sort that out, can't I? So let's do that. Let's get the buildings deleted from there. We'll grab that iron. And we'll grab that iron. And that iron. Some nice gold here. Tricky to get to. Suppose I could go that way. Don't want to touch that algae. That'll do. Come on, get the battery done. Ponta Boy, thank you for the bits.
Train school hype.
Lol, thank you, Ponta Boy. Insufficient resources, copper. You gotta be kidding me. my god. We need more copper. I don't think they can reach that.
Sclove.
Just about grab that. Maybe that without destroying this. No, if I take that, the sand will fall and it'll all come through. That will be bad. Valtiel, thank you for 115. Fireman John, 45.
Watching on my new Samsung Fold 7 school cheese. Can't stay and chat today, so I'll have to catch up later. See you all tomorrow.
Happy
Scrover.
3 years. Basically, you've got the same phone as me, except yours folds. I've got the S25 Ultra with the best possible screen you can ever have right on there. Look at that. Enjoy your Fold 7 anyway. You think it's refined copper, not copper? Maybe. I mean, I did ask them to make some stuff, to be honest. Well, we'll make some more. We'll need it. Still waiting delivery of gold. Got loads of gold. Why is it not being delivered? It must be restricted to these. Oh my god. Let's turn that off a second. I don't know where all the Atmos suits have gone. I can only imagine that either they're around the base somewhere because have not been put back, or they have been destroyed, which would be extremely depressing considering how expensive they are to make. If it basically tell me we've only got one left. But I needed to get off there so we can actually get that built. Your time is wrong on your phone. You're 2 hours behind. My time is actually 1 hour ahead of GMT. I don't know where you get 2 hours from, but... Congrats to new pop limit so far. I had the S23 Ultra before. Can't believe it's the same thickness as the Ultra when folded. Yeah, it's mad. The technology's crazy. Personally, I don't really need a folding phone. I get why some people would love them though, because they're like a replacement tablet as well. But they're not really for me. I'm just okay with a normal phone.
Glad to be part of the Nattiest Go Up on Twitch.
Thank you, Azor Gamer. Happy 3 years. Probably have to destroy that tile to get these. Right, the battery's online. High threshold, low threshold. So, what do we want to set this to? Should probably do it, shouldn't it? Why is he carrying on running on that? Do we need to shut this off on the automation as well? Let's do that. Will is its own setting. Yeah, but if I turn it off with automation on the battery, it won't request anything from there. Unless the battery gets too low. In theory, it shouldn't need it. Battery recharge threshold. Right, okay. So if it gets down to 20, then you can do your thing. And at 30, that'll kick in. Let's do 40. Okay, so I'm hoping that'll stop that hamster wheel from coming on. You almost got the Flip 7, then Samsung cancelled your orders before the offers drops off the sites. Oh dear. The thing is about Samsung offers is they change every few weeks. Right, I need you lot to get mined. There we go. Generate idle. Good. Seems to be working okay. Okay, now the hydrogen's backing up a little bit. I guess I could send it... Do we send it out yet or not? I'll just let it back up a bit. Enjoying the change over to Samsung? Have you got used to it? I have, yeah. Yeah, it's been about 10 years since I've been on Android. It took me a good week to get everything how I wanted it, but I'm happy with it all now. Rest of the family's still on iPhones and stuff, but I've made the break. I actually really like what Samsung's done to it, to be honest, Navarine. It's not too intrusive. I used to hate the Samsung skins because they used to be too heavy, but they're actually quite lightweight. And the One UI is super fast. Like, really quick. Did they not reach this? I'm thinking they can't reach that, maybe. I don't know. Let's try that. No, they just picked up that rock, so they shouldn't need to do this. It's that copper ore I want. Why did I go Samsung, or why did I go Android, or what's the question? I looked at all the Android phones. I watched a ton of videos, read all the reviews, and then decided that was the one for me, based on everything I learned. I looked at the Pixel 9. There's some things I like. It's like a lot of these things. You look at them, there is no perfect phone. There's a phone that has a bunch of things that it does really well, and some things that another phone does better. And the thing you have to do is to try and work out which phone is best for you, ultimately. Because I figured that I knew the Pixel 10 was coming out, and I figured the 10 and the 9 aren't going to be that much different anyway. And the 9 wasn't really what I wanted. I appreciate its vanilla aspect, I appreciate it gets Android quicker and all the rest of it, but that wasn't enough for me. One of the things I prioritize is having a snappy, quick phone. And every video I watched about the S25 Ultra just remarked on how super quick it was. So that was a big swing. Right, where are we at with this lot? We've got the gold. What else have we got? Need to get that. To get this lot sweeped up. You're getting your Pixel 10, so you added a custom OS on it. Yeah, this is the other thing. Like, I'm not interested in breaking the phone out or adding my own OS. I've done that in the past. I'm not interested anymore. Why no more iPhone? Because the iPhones are not really evolving very quickly anymore, is the bottom line. They're not really moving on, and they're quite behind on the AI side of things. And I wanted a phone where I could access the AI stuff properly. And the Samsung fits that bill. You know, we've got Gemini on there and stuff, so it works really well. Right. Is there any other massive priority? Are we all good here? Of course, I will need to fill this with water at some point because it's busy pumping it into the... What's that going? That's the irrigation one, yeah. I shouldn't take a lot of water. This one's nicking the hydrogen again. Dang it. I think I'm going to have to make a loop back on this. Otherwise, I'm going to have to micromanage it all day long, and I'm not doing that. The issue I've got is I need everybody to be on it in Atmos suits to do it. Because you've got to go into a hot room. You need an Atmos suit. Wait till 10 and the S26 are both out. I mean, the thing is, Matty, the problem is...
Konnichiwa, Squirrel-san.
One sec.
Afternoon, Paul. Thanks to you I got this game and have put a fair few hours into this game,
Bet you
although
have.
not got as far as you yet. Skrufla, are we taking names for the next character into the game?
Oh, no, we're not going there. The problem is, Matty, that, you know, Samsung brings their phone out in January, Google brings their phone out in August. That's only a 6-month gap. Every 6 months, one of those phones is changing. And you find yourself stuck in a perpetual loop where you're always waiting for the next one. And I just thought, you know what? I looked at what everybody was saying about all the leaked stuff on the Pixel 10. And I figured, for what everybody's saying, the Pixel 10 is not going to be vastly different from the 9. And I thought the S25 Ultra seems to be the phone that does more or less everything I need. So I know there's an S26 going to come out in January. But we're always stuck in that circuit with technology. At some point you have to jump in and accept that your phone gets outdated in 6 to 12 months. Oh, I mean, you're going off a few generations, Matty, so you're definitely going to benefit. And if you love the Pixel environment, you're going to love the Pixel 10. No doubt about that. Right, am I in a position... Why are you leaving gold on the floor? Get that swept. Why have you not got that yet? Right, there we go. Now we'll get that. And then we're going to put a pump here. Just going to put a wall there. I don't like leaving all this mess. I'm going to block that off in a second. Nothing to make them stand out. Not really. They're all cracking phones at the end of the day. Apple's products aren't that innovative anymore. They tend to come in waves with their innovation. Like, I'm sure next year Apple's AI stuff will be good. But by then everybody will have moved on 6 to 12 months worth of AI stuff, so they may still find themselves a bit behind. But it'll work well within their ecosystem and what their users expect. Well, you say that, Matty, but my S25 Ultra costs the same as an iPhone. Price isn't really the issue here. Iron ore, sweep. Okay, what's that? Phosphorite. Right, let's get that blocked off. Right, do you think you could possibly build that wall without trapping yourself on the other side? Or are you going to be a complete muppet? Move there. Why do I feel like that's about to blow up? I find a lot of the AI stuff a bit too intrusive. I've not really found that, to be honest. Okay, so what I'm going to do is plumbing, liquid pipe. Get a pipe built here. I'm going to get this down to the main pool. I think I'm gonna bridge that over. Actually, let's cancel that. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna plumb it straight into this intake here. Has that got a bridge on it? Yes, it has got a bridge on it. Just to make sure that the game knows which direction this is going. Okay, so because that's got a sensor that only allow water to go in here, so if any other liquid manages to get in that pipe, and it shouldn't, but if it did, Apple likes to wait for someone else to perfect something. I mean, that's just not actually true, Slane, I don't feel. That's almost like saying Apple never innovates, and that's just not true at all. Okay, can we turn on the Atmos suit again? See, look, where are the Atmos suits? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 dupes here. Not one of them has an Atmos suit. 7. He's got an Atmos suit, but hasn't put it back. He's holding his breath for some reason. We seem to have an oxygen supply problem going on. You know why? Because I didn't actually link everything up. Like, that should be linked. And also, there's not a lot of oxygen coming out of here. I don't know what they do with broken suits. Like, how does the game work here? Because we are missing 4 Atmos suits from here. One of them is on Decorator John. Another one is on Knight. That still doesn't account for 2 of them. And if I want them to put that suit back... Clothing. Sign. Why clear that? What does he do? Oh, you just drop it. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Okay. If we sweep that now, where will that go? This is insane. No, you didn't directly say that, but they never innovate. What you said was, Apple likes to wait for someone else to perfect something. I don't think that's true. They didn't wait for somebody else to remove all the buttons on a phone and have a screen. They didn't wait for anybody else to do that. They didn't wait for anybody else to make the iPod, did they? And basically transform digital music. They didn't wait for anybody to do that. They pushed ahead and did it, despite the fact that the entire music industry was trying to stop them. Because they didn't want digital music. Because they thought nobody would buy music anymore. Tell them to deliver the suit and they'll take it back. How do I tell that? If I sweep this, will they put it back? But they waited on their AI. No, with the AI, they allowed themselves to get behind. And then when they came out and said, we're going to drop AI on our new phone, they realized that it wasn't where it needed to be because it had got laughed out of town. So they're going to have to push it back to next year because they completely underestimated the uptake of AI. The competitors went ahead.
What's your favourite pizza, Paul?
They got left behind. I don't really have a favourite one. I like quite a few pizzas, but usually spicy meat type pizzas are what I go for. Click on the suit locker and click deliver. Well, let's get another one. Deliver. Deliver. I'm going to turn that back on. Spicy meat feast is nice. I like pepperoni. So I don't know if he's delivering a new one or one that's been currently worn. Is that one gone off the floor? Yeah, okay. Thank you for helping me choose my pizza. Please reset the game clock to 5 minutes. Wait, what? What game clock? I feel like the oxygen comes out of this thing in a very intermittent fashion. Anyway, right, now we've got the Atmos suits, we can get the ladder, drop into this hot water here. We can build a pump. Oh, I can't build it through there. To build it through there. And I'm going to put a switch on it. We have to get some power, so we'll go that way. Signal switch. Is that the one I use? Yep. I'm going to seal this off in a minute. It needs to be kept as short a run as it can, really. These apples wean themselves off the Intel CPUs. Yeah, they did that. They only stayed with Intel a couple of years. They had their own PowerPC stuff. And they realized they needed to break out and do mass manufacturing. So they went with Intel. That didn't work out. So they ended up designing their own chips and having them made. And that was the best thing they ever did. And they also were smart enough to realize that RISC processing was the future. And Intel was very much 8086. And if you're on a mobile platform or you need power consumption to be at its lowest, RISC is a far better choice. Build the pump out of gold. Wait, does that mean I need to build this out of gold as well? What's the overheat temperature? Plus 15. I should probably make that out of gold as well then. Is that power going to be okay as well? Automation wire. Plus 50 off the copper, so that one's fine. Plumbing. What do I want? I want a liquid pump made out of gold. Liquid pipe made out of gold. Did it? I meant it never utilise the potential. Even before the MacBook is pretty quick. Mate, those M chips are fantastic. All of my streams are handbrakes on an M1 chip, and it uses 50 watts of power maximum. They're insane. I don't think I want that left as it is. Trouble is they can't reach that. Why did I build an insulated tile here exactly? If I dig that one, can they reach over there? Yes, they can. I'm watching on a MacBook as you speak. Okay, that heat's starting to come out now. Do you think... Don't forget to analyse the geyser. That's very true, actually. Oh, it's already been analysed. Wiki Tom's doing it. Do you think it's worth building an air circulator in here? So we basically take the air from here and pump it out there, so just so it pushes the air around. Would that help to move the temperature around? Or we just let the hot stuff come out? It'll probably just move up anyway. Does hot stuff move upwards or not? It probably doesn't, does it? So it'll probably just stay here and pressurize up. I kind of wonder if you should accelerate the process a little bit. No liquid output. What are they waiting for? Slime though, annoyingly. Check the water for contamination. It already does. So basically when it comes down through here... When you say contamination, do you mean pollution or germs? I'm going to leave that. I don't like that slime being there. Because there's no germs here, but when it gets pumped through here, this is an element sensor that looks for water. So it wouldn't let polluted water through, because that's a different thing. Only water comes through here, look. That's now got 78-degree water coming through it. That's going to warm this up, isn't it? I ain't got enough space to build a sensor. I'll have to switch it off manually. You can put a wheeze of water back in that plane. Back in what? The planter. Oh, this one. I could do, but I just don't think there's going to be any germs coming in. What do you see, Fragler? There's nothing there. No, we've got bigger plans to cool the water. Right, what's the temps doing? So the main thing is to keep this temperature here contained. Should have made that out. Don't. What's the goal of the game? Ultimately, you're inside a big asteroid, and the real goal is to get off the asteroid with a rocket, I think. A little bit Factorio-esque on that one. Is the electrolyzer not getting water? It has an endless supply of water. What's happening now is the hydrogen's backing up. Okay, we're all gonna stop breathing shortly. The system's... Why is it not moving? A work errand. Wait, does somebody have to come in and set that? You're kidding me.
Good afternoon all.
Jimerick, thank you for 81 months. Beryl, I have 1,800 hours a game, never built a rocket. Wait, what? Hang on a minute. What on earth have you been doing for 1,800 hours where you've never built a rocket? You just keep starting again? Gas bridge. Is that going to be enough? No. Wait a minute, you can't build a gas bridge that... You can make a gas pipe out of gold, but you can't make a gas bridge out of gold.
Thank you guys for the great streams.
So you can't give it the same level of temperature protection. What? Thanks for 110 months, Mickey. How does that work? I hate it when the game does that. Right, in order to build this, I need to unlock that door. Gold reacts with gas. You see, in real life, gold is one of the most unreactive metals on the planet. That's why you find it in the ground, because it doesn't react with anything. But the only thing it does is tarnish. I need that on a fairly high priority. Yeah, look at this. 33, 35. The temperature's coming in now. And the water itself down here is still at 20, 21. But that's because the ice is here. I could turn the ice off. At the moment, they're going to have to start bringing ice and snow in. If I turn that off and build a big radiator, that will cool the base. It's more so it's thermally conductive, not reactive. Right, so there's the heat coming up now. Right, that's been unlocked. That's still not being built yet. Waiting delivery of gold. That's going to give us, once that's built, that's going to give us a feedback loop, which will stop the hydrogen from being completely exhausted, which is what keeps happening. Really annoying. Have you got gold? That's the water feed for this. It's going to get interesting with the water piping here. I think I have to take it from here and pump it this way. It's going to have to be like a return loop here. $44 here. It's quite warm, isn't it? We're going to need something up here. It's going to have to punch all the way up through here, and then it's going to have to go through that loop. It's going to have to constantly circulate, but bypass the liquid if it's too... If it's below, like, say... If it's below 30, I won't send it for cooling. There we go. That's now sending half of its stuff back again. Oh my god, no. I did not see that coming. You scumbag. No. Oh, no. How frustrating is that? What happened? Basically, this valve here is meant to send it out that way and then back that way, but the game's decided, oh, it's coming this way, it can go that way. The whole point of the valve is to act as a pressure release. Like, if this backs up, it can go that way. That's the whole point of the valve. But because the game splits it... In fact, I literally don't see the point in the valve because it splits it 50-50 at a junction anyway. Make the hydrogen go straight into the tank, all of it, put the storage output to the generator. Yeah, but the problem is, as I just looked at, I can't bridge over here without and use a gold item. I have to use a non-gold item, and it's quite hot in here. I can't work out how to get the hydrogen into this generator. Where's Derail Valley? It's still on my hard drive. Go around the edge, what do you mean? Pipes don't overheat, gold will melt at 1k. Really? Overheat temperature on that pipe is 50 Celsius by default. So if you make it out of gold, its overheat temperature is 100. On the vertical line, place a bridge close to the top near the corner. The green output of the bridge goes to the generator, and then build another pipe back away from the white input towards the storage tank. Yeah, I know what bridges do. I get that. The problem is, I can't build a bridge out of gold. So, it says... It doesn't tell me what the overheat temperature is on a bridge. It tells me on a pipe that it's 50 Celsius. But on a gas bridge, it doesn't tell me what it is. No, there's no need for the valve at all. The valve's stupid. Overheat does not equal melting temperature. Okay, so what does it mean in the context of a pipe and a bridge then? You can search the material and see its melting point. I don't think I've had a bridge overheat. Why does a pipe overheat but not a bridge then? How does that work? The bridge is dependent on what it's made of. Right, okay. So if I make it out of granite, it should be fine. In which case I can just jump back that way. You're reading it wrong, okay? So if I do that, and then we just get rid of this thing completely, because it's pointless and stupid, deconstruct, then it can just split 50-50, can't it, and go back round the loop. You have a description when you click on the object you created, the whole description's on the right. Okay. Anything that says plus 50 to overheat only applies to the buildings that can overheat, example pumps. Anything else only cares about melting temps. Right, okay. So when we're talking about a gas pipe, and it says that the overheat temperature is 50 Celsius, that doesn't mean the overheat temperature of the gas pipe. Yeah, but Fragler, according to people, it doesn't make any difference anyway. It says that because gold is selected. Okay, so if I make granite, it says the overheat temperature is plus 50. This is quite confusing. Maybe I'm just reading this wrong. Pipes don't melt, overheat temp doesn't really matter. So why does it say overheat temperature on a pipe then? Why is that information even listed? This material will add 15 Celsius to the finished building's overheat temperature. But it's not a building, it's a pipe. So I don't know what building it's adding to. Can I cut that gas pipe? Yes, we can. I don't know, Captain Flint. To me, it doesn't read very well. Okay, have we now got what we want? I believe we have. We've now got hydrogen flowing and feeding back. And I'm now going to lock that door. I think that gives us what we need. Without the stupid valve. So hopefully the hamster wheel won't get used anymore. But my watch is telling me to stand up and do this. To work out. It's telling me to stand up and do that. Is what my watch is telling me. Oh, I bought a different watch, by the way. Because obviously, my Apple Watch won't work with my Samsung phone. So I had to buy a different watch. So I'm still getting used to this thing as well. No, not pat head and run stomach. It wants me to do that. It wants me to do this. Anyway, do we have oxygen? Because that's what I really care about. Looks like oxygen's flowing nicely now. We got a good supply of water. Coming from the big pool of water. Which is now running at 26, 28 Celsius. You've been playing for 1 hour. It's time to stretch your arms. That's literally what it is. Now, I'm seeing a distinct lack of oxygen around the base. Is that... and a lot of CO2, bizarrely enough. In fact, everybody's going to die shortly. Which is not really a good thing. Which is probably why they're all standing up here so they can breathe. But if they was to go to the bedrooms, it's unbreathable. In fact... who's that? Decorator John is probably going to die in his sleep. He just doesn't know it. You need 2 electrolyzers. That won't be enough oxygen. You only get 800 grams per second. Okay. I'd have O2 vents in the chamber with a geyser in it. You'd what? Oh, you'd not have. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think we need them, so I'll just disconnect that one. Gas pipe. Why is that saying it doesn't work anyway? Let's disconnect them. You need airflow tiles so the CO2 sinks. Where? Airflow tiles where exactly? Yeah, I know my pressure's low at the base. Everybody's like unable to breathe right now. And this door's airlocked and this has got high pressure oxygen. So at the moment I'm just going to open this door and disable that temporarily. Let some O2 get out for a minute. I think part of it's been caused by this machine breaking for such a long time. It's going to take time to put the oxygen back. If I don't use the suits, then the suits won't nick the O2 once they've pressurized. Build the second electrolyzer now, it's easy to add. What, in that room? A second electrolyzer in that room or a separate instance of the build? Like a second one next door or something? I suppose I could put a door here, couldn't I? You can't build in that room, there's no room. I could use the same tank then, couldn't I? Just cleverly loop it back, just do a mirror image of this. In fact, could it use the same generator? I don't want to use the space to the left. You know why? Because I need the space for all the plumbing that's going to come up through here shortly. That's why I want to build right. It needs its own generator. It will have its own generator, but can't it just be linked up to this battery and generator? Can't we just build a generator in there and then have it linked to that battery? That was my thinking. Or does it have to have its own? because otherwise it'll turn on and off at the wrong time. What I'm thinking of doing is effectively mirroring this, like reverse it the other way, almost. So that the hydrogen generator goes here on the inside, and then that way I can reuse that plumbing. I can take that and just pipe it into here, maybe. If the battery has a steady charge, well... You know. I suppose I'm using it as 2 electrolyzers and 3 plums all on one battery. 3 what? What's a pum? You have 2 electrolyzers. Wait, so what are you doubling up? You're doubling up the top floor or the bottom floor? I mean, can't I just expand this room? Can't I just, like, open this room up? Do I need a separate room? Yeah, Adrian, I've already got a solution for the tent, mate, which is why I want to leave this space. Don't worry about that. We're all good on that front. I just need more oxygen. 1 for hydrogen and 2 for O2. What did I do with that website? 1 second, let me open the website back up. Same room should work. 1 pump will pump 500 grams. You need 2. What, one of these? Wait, what does the electrolyzer need? Emitting oxygen 888. Is this why there's a pump down here as well, though? Aren't they both just doing the same thing? You've got 2 pumps. They're both pumping into the same place. The top one should do hydrogen. Wait a minute, it's emitting hydrogen and oxygen. It emits hydrogen 888. And it emits... No. If you add those 2 together, that's about 1,000, isn't it? And each of these pumps is doing 500. So surely that's fine. You can post it, Barrelath, but I'm not sure if I'll build it. You need 2 electrodes. Why do you need... Yeah, I'm going to build a second electrode with 2 more pumps over here. I think we're going around in circles. Oh, sorry, Barrelath. I misled you. What I meant was ask a mod to give you a permit and then post it. My bad. Let's clone the room for now. That's kind of what I'm going to do. I'm just going to open this room up here. What I'm going to do is we're going to build a ladder. Down there. That is 10 by 6. I'm going to reuse that in a wall, aren't I? So what I actually need was 9 by 6. Nothing wrong with pumping hydrogen into your base. Lol. Yeah, I'm not worried about this water yet. Ice can keep it cooled for now, but we are going to completely change that in a minute. But for now, I just got to get the base resupplied with oxygen before everybody actually dies from CO2 poisoning. This is not good. Not good at all. One solution would be to grab some algae quickly, if there is any. The problem is, all the algae is mixed up. All the algae is mixed up with all the slime. I fear everybody's going to die breathing CO2 while in bed. Holding breath whilst in bed. That's an impressive skill right there. That looks helpful. What's that then? Spom oxygen 1 kilogram per second. That looks very similar to the one I just saw on the full Rodriguez. The bottom bit does anyway. Yeah, I've got it in my browser, Matty. Thank you. How do I fix this problem here of getting gas to them quickly? Because these machines are taking all the oxygen. Surely they're full now. Yeah, I'm going to disco them. Like, we don't need them right now. Thankfully, there's enough oxygen up here for them to actually work, because it got pressurized. But when they go to sleep, this is a big problem. I really am going to have to remember to come back and fix these pipes. Well, the trouble is, even if I manage to grab a ton of algae, it'll just disappear super fast. There is actually some here we could grab. I could probably get if I do that. Don't think they can reach that one. What's the CO2 skimmer doing? Yes. I should probably make a skimmer quickly, shouldn't I? Carbon skimmer, is that it? Oh, that needs water. I thought there was another one that did it. It's starting to get some oxygen back. If hydrogen will float away at the top and O2 will repressurize the base. Tell you what we could do, try and get a printable algae. Dirt care package. Amazing. Just what I need. Nobody can breathe, but here's some dirt. Care package of Laura seed. What on earth is a Laura seed? The seed of a Laura plant. Let's have a look. Carnivorous flowers. What does it do? Oh, it catches shine bugs and gives you amber. Interesting. So if you want to generate amber, you need a Laura plant. That sounds very Jurassic Park, doesn't it? Amber. I'm not cheating. How is loading a game back in cheating? How on earth is that cheating? Tidying, cooking, bionics, wonderful. You know, you can play some games on a hardcore setting where you can't load back in. It deletes the save if you die. Shinebug, give me a break. This is not one of those games. It might be, I don't know the game well enough to know what came in the DLC, if I'm honest. Snack fruit care package. I mean, that sounds great, but it's not what I need right now. It's like playing D&D and rolling the dice till you get a number you like. Yes, except when you're playing D&D, you're generally playing it with friends, and therefore you're not in a single-player game where it doesn't matter. Blossom seed, lovely. In a single-player game, nobody gives a stuff. Or they shouldn't. However, I am probably going to get bored at some point and stop clicking on load. Mum doesn't care about you cheating, only about eating vegetables. Oh. Ice. 4 tons of ice. Fine, take the ice, can't bother anymore. Right, how are we getting on with this? To be honest, I don't really need a door though, do I? I mean, I could put one there, but I don't think like we need one. Really. It's like a lot of snad just fell down. Build a temporary electro right by the pod or ladder. It will give you the O2 you need. What? I'm plummeting to that? By the time they've built that... What was I looking for? Algae. I just wanted a quick hit of algae. Just to allow us to make some oxygen. But it wasn't to be. I could just go in and grab some of this, but I'd have to work my way around this water falling through. The other thing is, do I have enough metal to make this stuff? I don't think I do. How much copper are we going to need for this? Available 22 tons of ore. See, I don't think we're going to have enough metal to make the batteries and things. There's copper ore on that stupid thing. Which is really annoying. Volcano. Super hot volcano. There's 130 Celsius copper ore just waiting for us. There is actually some here. You need one electrolyzer for 8 dupes, or 7 if you have them by the trait with more oxygen. I think with another set of electrolyzers we should have it. How many dupes have I got? I've got 13. And you're saying I need 1 for 8, so I need 2 electrolyzers and that should be fine. See, it's getting there. It's slowly repressurizing. Still a bit nasty in the bedrooms. Right, okay, so we're getting there now. So we need this. And then that space there is 8x4. That space there is 8x4. Means we can then build that back. And we'll need to put the floor in here. You need some airflow. I know it is, Kerblet. I know, mate. But I can only tackle so many problems with 13 dupes. The airflow is not good at all. What I should probably do is get the ventilation system to push oxygen around these bedrooms just to shove any CO2 out. Make sure these are fully oxygenated. But we're just trying to make the oxygen right now. If we get this online, we'll get more oxygen. I can start venting it into where we need it. But yeah, I agree, bedrooms are critical, so... I mean, bedrooms and dining areas, kitchens, toilets, all of these things are critical oxygen. Everywhere else they can hold their breath, but if they can't sleep without oxygen, it's not good. Some airflow tiles in the beds. Do you mean like... Well, beds... If I make these out of airflow tiles, which I assume you mean this one, if I put these here under the beds, will they still be okay? It's okay, but not while it's building. Allow the CO2 to sink. Okay, so if I delete... Your CO2 tends to go to the bottom right of a room, doesn't it? So if I delete the bottom right tile here, and like here, here, and here, like that, and then we put an airflow tile back made of copper, why not? That'll at least allow the CO2 to drop away, won't it? Oh, put it under the door. What does the decor look like? Let's see what kind of a hit that gives them. Man, they take some building, don't they? To be honest, it does make it a little bit negative. Minus 4.5, but it's not tremendously bad. Okay, meanwhile, back up here, let's open this up. Actually, no, we won't open that up. Yeah, I've never worked out how you build wallpaper. Take your Nick. I don't know. I don't think I have researched wallpaper. I've not done any research for ages. I can't even remember how to get the research. There it is. Let's have a look. Wall. Wire bridge. Wallpaper. No. Wallpaper. No. What's it called? Drywall, airflow tile, carpeted tile. I don't know what it's called. It's the drywall tile. This one. Well, apparently... I think I do. Okay. Artificial friends, robotic tools. Liquids, gases, exosuits, decor. Here we go. Wood tile. A pixel pack. What's that? So yeah, we're at the bottom already. I should probably research something. Gas distribution. Should we do that? Now, do you think I should build a separate hamster wheel and a separate battery and keep this thing completely separate to that one? Or use the hamster wheel and the battery on this one and just link into it? Because I don't know what the pros and cons are of just hooking straight into that one. No. No means nothing. No doesn't mean a thing. If I say, should I do this or this, no doesn't mean anything. Just link it in. Right. You think that'll work? Because if it'll work, I'll just build the hydrogen generator. Now, how much gold have I got? 90 kilograms. 17 tons of amalgam. To be honest, I'm probably better off just destroying this wall when this is all done and just letting these pumps deal with it. Is that making it? I see that's making it out of copper. That's a bit scumbaggery. If I say I want to copy this and it's a gold amalgam one, and that's a copper one, was that the best I could build? Gas filter. You see, I built that out of the wrong stuff. Wait, that just... yeah, that should have been a gold one. That's a copper filter right there. ...64 Celsius in that room. That sounds pretty warm. What the heck is this? Uranium ore? That sounds, more YOTS. This is nice. Just found another... Is this the edge of the asteroid? Does that mean we can make an atomic bomb and just blow the whole asteroid up? That would be a good way to end it, wouldn't it? Electrolyzer. Armageddon style, yeah, exactly. Just have Liv Tyler just crying like that as your asteroid goes. Poof. She goes, "Daddy, you've won." That should be a Steam end game right there. Getting an achievement for ending your game like that. Pops up, you've saved Earth. GG's. If you're playing a prehistoric asteroid, you have 200 cycles until the huge meteor hits your asteroid. Oh my god, the pressure of that. You'd have to know what you're doing with the game, because I'm at 171, and frankly, I'd get hit by that asteroid. What's the little office icon on the right? Oh, this is like some stuff that's been left behind. Teleporter. What's this? Activate. Wait, what? I found a teleporter. Supply teleporter. Made from neutronium. That sounds like space age material to me. Can we use that, or is it like... The problem with this is the automation wire is going to be quite long. also, I've just thought of a problem. This thing can generate 800 watts of power, which means we can't connect it together, can we? Because both of those generators can chuck out 1.6 kilowatts, and standard wire can only deal with 1 kilowatt, can't it? Yep. So we can't connect these things together. We're going to need 2 separate systems. Which means I might as well disconnect that. I don't have conductive wire, do I? Do I have conductive wire? I don't have conductive wire. How do you make conductive wire? That one. Ooh. Ah, but... I'd have to replace that one with conductive wire, because you might get 1 kilowatt on that line, though. Bubblegum. Bubblegum conductive wire. What on earth? Can I just replace that? Will they upgrade that wire if I do that? I would save cutting it. Oh my god, that just used all the copper. It's copper ore up here, but that's in the cold zone. Smidge of copper here I could grab. Oh, is that refined copper? Oh, I have 25 tons. Okay, don't worry about it. Let's get some more copper going then. Do you know what? One thing I like about RimWorld is you don't have to keep coming back manually doing these things. Like when you have the crafting stations in RimWorld, you can set up rules like, make sure that you always have 10 whatever, and if you don't, then make 10 of these, and if you don't have them, make 10 of them. If you could do that here, if you could say, always make sure I've got 5 copper to go, and if I don't, make some. Just queue the order for me. I don't want to have to come back and keep putting this in manually. And that would be a lovely thing to have. You could do it with automation. Okay, how do you tell... Okay, but... You can do that in RimWorld with the very early equipment crafting table. How would you even do that with a rock crusher? Automation attached to storage that will stop when it's full. I mean, that sounds like you can do it, but it's not... I can say in RimWorld, make 3 rabbit hats. Always have 3 in stock. And if you've got them in stock, then you can make rabbit boots. And if you've got them in stock, you can do this. And it'll literally do them in a priority order. Yeah, I know the crusher's a starting machine, but you get my point. The crafting table in RimWorld's a starting table. But you can set the rules up on it. Okay, this is looking better. This is looking like people can breathe, which is a good thing. Definitely not a bad thing. The breathable gas up here is really bad now because I disconnected that. But this shouldn't need to work here too much longer, and then I can turn on the rules again. So for now, they can breathe. I don't know about the refiner. I don't know what the rules... What's possible in the refiner. Okay, so going back to this, that's connected to that, so we don't need this and we don't need this. We do need this thing. So that is going to come out of here. So ventilation, gas pipe made of gold. Gonna go up, over, and down. And then coming from the output to here. And then this goes down through that thing. So I guess we need to... I'm going to change this. I'm going to split off to go to here and then split that up that way. Trouble is I need to destroy this to get rid of the... to put a pump there. This is awkward. I might have to temporarily do that. Just do this for now, so I can get rid of that ladder. Difference might be that you can leave rabbit hats and boots stacked on the table. You can't stack a ton of... Yeah, but that's a separate problem. When the rabbit hats and boots are done, it puts them on the table or on the floor, and then you tell your dupes to move them onto the shelf. I've yet to work out why they send this down and then back up.
Good after Paul and chat. Hope you're all doing well.
Good after, Gastus. So this needs to come... If I send that over a bridge now... Gas pipe. That means I'm free to take this. Send that hydrogen into that one. And then send it back that way into that one. Just let them build a bit more here. Power wire. Might have to use conductive wire here as well. Actually, if I make that conductive, then I can use normal wire for the rest of it. I think. You can't mix wire types, so you can't connect. I mean, it's kind of letting me do it. No mixing wires. That sucks. Not sure how I'm going to reach that unless I let them in that room, and I can't let them in that room unless I turn on the Atmo suits. And I don't know if I'm ready to turn on the Atmo suits. Probably are. Probably allow some air to go in here now. You come over and try and use them all. Well, I was... I don't know. I mean, it makes sense that you can't mix the wires. Plumbing. It's interesting how it's not sending hydrogen down there yet. Why is that? Is that because that's not live? Surely that's a valid input for hydrogen right now. It's probably a directional problem, isn't it? No, it's backing up hydrogen. It's not that. I think it's a directional thing. As soon as that's built, I'm going to connect that in. It's becoming unbreathable in here anyway. Look at it. There's no oxygen. Stupid atmosphere. Do they ever stop taking the oxygen? Like, seriously, how much do they need? What's the buffer on them? The size of that. Gas bridge one to our right. Yeah, see, that's flowing, you see. So if I now disconnect that from there, I can then tell this thing to go to there. Why do you make the suits a separate arm so half still goes to the base opposed to 20%? Yes. Probably because I didn't realize that that thing had such a massive oxygen buffer on it. There's the power overlay. So what we're saying is I'm going to have to upgrade all the wire here. Which of course means we need more stuff. You always make a second O2 installation just for suits. They eat a lot of O2. I think once you've got them charged up, they're okay. Copper. I don't know where we're going to get iron from. Wolframite. What on earth is that? Gold. Where's iron? There's iron. It's down in the there's copper there. There's actually iron ore here that we can grab fairly quickly. Hang on, let me put some iron in here so I can see what the iron situation is. As I'll get rid of algae. Iron ore, okay. Alright, punch some iron, guys. Oh no. So because a bridge takes priority, it automatically steals the gas. I need to move this over one tile for this to work. So that basically it splits and then bridges. It is a learning experience. Funnily enough though, this is still sending power back to the battery. The battery's okay with that. And funnily enough, this is still sending power up here, even though this power is mixed. It's kind of interesting how it's still working. Yeah, it's going to get it, Zartan. It's going to get linked up in a second. Right, now we've done that, we can... Actually, we don't need it on the gas filter, do we? Second gas filter could benefit from a gas pipe route into the gas storage tank. Yeah, because its excess can't go anywhere, right? That was the other thing I haven't done yet. So this still needs the excess routing back into that thing. So that gas pipe can go, as can that, as can that. And then I need a gas bridge to come. Do I need it? Yes, I do need it. So that's going to pump out of here into there. And the excess needs to come this way, doesn't it? So do that. So the pump, the hydrogen comes out of there, and if it can't get that way, it goes that way. Why go up? What's wrong with that? The pipe system breaks my brain. Yeah. I think this is okay. The problem is when you're up here, it's very hot, so I think this is okay. But maybe it's not because that stopped splitting now for some reason. I think I just confused the system. Because now the hydrogen's not returning. Is that because... How do I fix this? Is it because it doesn't know what direction that pipe is? Like if I put a bridge here, will that tell it that this is definitely going that way, or do I need to put a bridge here now? Maybe I need to put a bridge here, so that it truly knows that that's a return. Yeah, I know what I've done wrong. So basically, what I need to do is dismantle this. Let's get rid of that. And we're just going to break that up. Yeah, the bridge pulls gas if it can, exactly. How do I choose the gas bridge? There it is. Get rid of that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to send the bridge back that way so that the output of this goes to here and the return, which is what that should do, because that's what that one's doing. And then this thing here, which is coming out of the storage, really should share its load between sending it into that pipe and sending it into that pipe. So really, I need to split this. I'm probably going to have to mess about with this so I can bridge over there properly. But yeah, I need to send it both ways, basically. Instead of using gas filters, you could use a gas element center. I know I could. But this is the basic model. I assume that's going to link to that properly. I presume when I put that bridge on that pipe, it will set the direction of this, because right now it's trying to take that hydrogen. gonna have to turn the building back on here. I don't think they can breathe very much anymore. Probably Oceanic, but it's gonna get me another 100 cycles down the line, so I'll take it for now. Idle? Why are you idle, mate? There's things to be built up here. Now this thing is slightly awkward. I have to jink it slightly that way. Doors, locks, and these lights to deconstruct. I'm not allowing them in here until they've started putting their Atmos suits on, which they now are doing. Which means I can now unlock this door and allow them in here to fix this problem. Because otherwise they would have got burned in here, 65 Celsius. So I had to allow those guys to leave, basically. Okay. That should hopefully do it. I like the immersive sounds, but I think RimWorld's game sound... I mean, the thing is about RimWorld is it has fantastic music in the background. Like, genuinely fantastic music. And I do miss that in this game. That would be lovely. This thing should just fire up. It shouldn't need a hamster wheel because I've already got one of them operating anyway. Get burns on the interior of your lungs from breathing superheated air. Yeah, not great, is it? Construction errand. Copper wire. Copper. Two more directly below it and you have a spawn generation for the next asteroid. What, another one down here? Okay, looks like we are more or less live with this thing. some CO2 coming out at the moment. Okay, so it's coming out of here, and it's split in 50-50 down to each one, which is great. And then when it's been filtered, it's going to the generator, 50-50, and then back on the return. So the only thing that will go wrong with this is when there's too much hydrogen in that tank. When that tank fills up, this whole thing will not power itself properly, I don't think. Why are they not finishing off this wire, though? And also, you know when you guys said that you can't mix wire? I mean, apart from the overload, it is mixing the wire. Like, it's not stopped. Wire's breaking. Yeah, they won't. They're not fixing it quickly enough. I like the game, but I've never stuck with it enough to overcome the supply problems that occur mid-game. I get that, Blackbird. I think a lot of people run into that exact problem. I mean, I would have done exactly the same if it wasn't for people in chat advising me on what to do next. I'd have been the same. I'd have just been like, I don't know what to do. I'm going to give up. Because the learning curve is ridiculous. Waiting delivery. It's the problem with the Atmos suit. Have we got enough to vent this air out here as well now, do you think? Looks like we've got a good supply. In fact, that's actually backing up, look. That is a backed up supply of oxygen. It's basically a full stack output. Oh, it is. I definitely agree with that. It's very under-tutorialized. If there's one thing that they need to make on this game, they need to sit down and spend some time onboarding players with a decent set of tutorials that just take you through the different mechanics. Do you have enough air vents? I'd hope so. The O2 supply is only just coming through now because this tech gets first dibs on it. I really should change this. Gas pipe. What we're going to do is we're going to break off that and supply them that way. And then we're going to disconnect. I don't care, Oceanic. As far as I'm concerned, my base needs oxygen more on a bigger priority than my Atmos suits. I get that that one's going to get supplied before that one. I get that. But right now, these things are just grabbing all the oxygen before it even gets down the line. This bomb setup is a lot more complicated than it needs to be. Hey, that was the simple one. See, look, all this is coming down here, and then half of it is already getting taken. I need to improve the CO2 drop. Like, there's all this CO2 here. It's not really falling off and going down here that much. I'll last player bottle all the oxygen and just hand delivered it. I'm thinking that... How much output is this thing? 888 grams per second. And how much can a pipe handle? What's the throughput on a gas pipe? Because I'm just seeing the oxygen bottling up, backing up here. And I'm like, am I better off with 2 oxygen ducts or something? Yeah, look, 1,000. So I'm generating like 1,700 and it can only take 1,000. Two pumps up for the air pipe. Well, they do, but I'm wasting 600 units, aren't I? Like, I'm only getting 2/3 of what I'm generating down the pipe. Well, building another pipe is very much easier said than done. I will say that much. What I'd like to do is vent some oxygen out here so I can turn the Atmos suits off. But I need the base to repressurize. And I also need to start venting the bedrooms properly. So we're going to put a gas vent. If I put it on the last bedroom here, it should push it all out that way, shouldn't it? Do need to reconnect that. Actually, if I reconnect this one, I can nick this basically. We'll send it down this way. This is like the mess hall. And then we'll send it back. Oh, don't do that. I have to bridge that, aren't I? Presume I can do that. It's what I found out is it breaks something now. I knew it. This is definitely going to break something. Do I need to go round the... Do I need to go round the vent and then feed into it? I think what I've done is breaking something. I'm not really sure what it's doing. The bridge is the wrong way. Wait, what? How is the bridge the wrong way? You need to go around the vent and feed into it. So I need to go like that way. And then go like that. And cut this. Yeah, you see, the auction doesn't know where to flow anymore. It's very confused by this. I think I need a bridge here now to set some direction. Or maybe one here as well. I'm not sure. Possibly here. Let's see if that gets it flowing. Nope. So maybe it needs one here as well then. There we go. Alright, it's okay with that. Okay, so when we get down to here, will it know what to do? Do I need one after this or before it? Do I need one here now? To tell it to keep pushing? It's skipping the vent that you built it next to. Of course it is, because the bridge has taken it all. Oh, it's a learning curve. It really is. You know what, I'm just going to do that. There we go. We'll just do that. Right, oxygen's flowing that way. That's all good now, I think. Well, the mess room's getting pressurized nicely, if nothing else. I kind of feel like you need 3 of these, because 3 of these would run 2 pipes very effectively. Each of these electrolyzers produces 800. So if you triple that, you end up with approximately 2400. 2 pipes can handle 2000. Feels like 2 pipes full of oxygen feels like a good amount of oxygen. Then you get too much. Do you really? I mean, once this thing backs up, it'll just stop because it can't output, right? At the moment, we're only taking 1,000 of the 1,800 we're making. Sorry, 1,000 of the 1,700 we're making. You need the water. Water's not really an issue, is it? Water's really not an issue when you've got this little bad boy. 6 pumps for 2 pipes. Is it 6 pumps for 2 pipes? I can't. That doesn't sound right. If I want to get more dupes, I'm going to need more oxygen, that's for sure. I just don't like the fact that we're leaving oxygen on the table. Right, temperatures, that's our next problem. So we're up at 37 up here. 36 up here. This thing's kicking out heat. So the cooler air is here. We haven't punched into this thing yet. So this abyssalite layer is insulating everything here from this. So the next big project, which is the master plan, is to install another pump down here and circulate this 30 Celsius water, because this is warming up, look. It's 23 down here. The ice is keeping it cool. I want to turn that off. And then I want to have a pump and a out pipe and return pipe, which goes up and basically loops into here. But I'm going to put some water temperature sensors so that it only sends it through here if it's less than 30 Celsius. That way we get some good cooling. And that way the water stays at less than 30, or whatever we set. That's the idea. So that's the next big project now that we can actually breathe. So I'm going to basically like try and seal this off if I can now. I think we can probably expose that to there and then seal it all off, and that will just do its thing. Yeah, I saw that one, Langer, but being a bit of a noob, I just went for the easy option for now. But, you know, next time I build it, I'll build a better mousetrap. Right, ladder. So I really want to turn the Atmo suits off so we get this done quicker. I don't feel like we've oxygenated the base enough yet. I need more oxygen flow in it. It's going to take a long time to get this where I want it to be. It says it's breathable. If I was to open one vent up, I'd get this breathable very quickly. This CO2 needs to go somewhere as well. I am learning from chat then. That's definitely true. I mean, it's cool though. We've got our own little thing going here. Are there any minerals we want from this? Yes, there are. Well, I think we take the opportunity to grab this copper while we're up here. What's regolith? Is regolith something I need to be worried about? Is that like SNAD? Is that just going to collapse? It is sand, right. So if I if I open that up, that's just going to come absolutely tumbling down. That is something to be aware of. Yeah, I was thinking about actually buffering the oxygen output. I did mention that at one point. I do like the idea of just buffering that. The problem is I need to buffer it here, really. Because then I can get it both inputs into a tank and then output the tank. And then we fill up a tank of oxygen.
$126 months. That's at least a year, I think.
We're going to need to get some more builders up here, so we need to breathe. 126 months is definitely at least a year, yes, I agree. In fact, it's more like 10 and a half. Thank you for 23, Chris, by the way. If you dig into regolith, you're digging into space. Is that bad? Waiting delivery of rock. Surely there must be rock around here. Wait, why are we surrounded by CO? Oh my god. Is this CO2 because I'm outputting CO2? I thought that would have just gone away. That's mad. Look at that. That's all the CO2 that I've generated. That's brilliant. That's because I'm just dumping CO2 out, look. Out the bottom of the base. Speaking of which, that needs to move, actually. I think that's the CO2 pump, and at some point I need to lower it down because I want to come this way. Oh, salt! I want to come deep down this way soon. Just try and find some oil and stuff. Make a little Texas state inside this asteroid. Okay, this is pressurizing up. I'll just leave the Atmos suits on for now. Exactly. Drill, baby, drill. Is that the snad there? I could get that. We do. Snad is quite useful. I really... this is awkward. Minus 64. There's igneous rock right there, so if I build it out of igneous rock, I should be able to fill in a tile. Like that. And that will give me somewhere to basically route some pipes. I don't know if there's a limit on the number of workers, Mickey, but every worker you take on, you're taking on a debt of oxygen, food, water. You need sleeping quarters. You need to deal with the waste. Like it has a price, basically. I think that's something that chat taught me, Mickey, that don't... Because I would have kept adding more dupes, because it's like, oh, I've got more workers. But one of the mistakes newer players make is doing exactly that, and then they just run out of food or oxygen or both. So only having 13, I don't know how many you're supposed to have, but 13 is manageable, but I still nearly ran out of oxygen. Because I didn't get my oxygen production on anywhere near early enough. I relied on algae way too long, and I should have got some kind of spom going very early. Oh, a lot of oxygen in here. It's a bit weird. You see how there's more gas building up here than it can shift? Because the pipes are bottlenecking. Nuke him! Nuke him! Yeah, Quidwix, I would have died very quickly. Like I say, I got help, so... To get that copper ore out of there. I'm very interested in that copper ore. I think I deleted these, but I'm going to put them back. Cooling water thing will be a journey. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I know that I'm gonna need like a... What's the temperature sensor called? Liquid pipe element, liquid pipe thermosensor. Sends a green signal when the pipe enters a chosen temperature range. So what I want to do, like, imagine there's a pipe coming up here. And then it'll loop on the return like that. So that's like stage 1. And then stage 2 is to put a sensor on it and say, well, if it's above a certain temperature, don't send it on the return, send it through this extra loop, which goes into a cold zone, and then send it back. So I want to flick like the liquid equivalent of a valve, I suppose, where we stop sending it one way, we send it the other. Or maybe we do it a different way. Maybe the shut-off valve... I don't know. Is it one of these? What do these do? Connects to an automation grid. So, yeah. Turn on or off liquid flow. Okay. But when that turns on, will it take all of the liquid? Will it behave like a bridge where it takes all the liquid when it's on? Or will it just get split 50-50? I don't know how it works. What does it even look like? It looks like that, doesn't it? I suppose you just put it... It will, or it'll go 50... It takes it all. Are you sure? I don't feel like it should. I could be wrong about that. That's not very useful, is it? If you put a liquid bridge just before, then it will. Works like you think, and when it's off, you make a bypass back. Okay, right, I need a tank. It's called a reservoir, isn't it? A gas reservoir. Making out of copper or iron ore, doesn't really matter. Water won't freeze in the pipe if you run it through at minus 60. Well, I don't think so. I don't know how quickly it will lose heat. So the pipe itself will be fine. But as the liquid flows through it, I don't know how many tiles to take it through before it will lose too much of its temperature. That bit I don't know. That's where it's going to be tweaked. We're going to have to tweak it with the valve. Because, let's put it this way, the longer the pipe run in the cold zone, the longer it's in that area, the more quickly it's going to lose the heat. And yes, it does depend on the material we make it out of. So I need to get the valve set so that it opens at the right temperature, so the water comes back out the other side. Actually, we need it the other way around. We need the temperature of the water to stay under, say, 30 Celsius, for example. So if it's under 30, I send it for cooling, but how much cooling do I give it? I don't know. Because if it's 30, let's say it's 31, and I send it up for cooling, and it goes through 4 runs of pipe, and then it comes back at 5 Celsius. That's okay. But if it went through that run of pipe and hit -5, it would freeze in the pipe. So that's where it's going to get tricky. I think so, Oceanic. I think we're going to need to experiment to tweak it to get what we want, ultimately. That's going to be the difficulty of it all. This is already at -12, so we need to get this sealed off soon. And I literally don't know how much pipe to give it. Start with an insulated pipe. If I insulate the pipe, it may not cool at all. Does it give you any information about how much it will lose? Thermal reactive. Specific heat capacity 0.15 DTU to raise 1 gram by 1,000. I'm thinking we go with a normal pipe initially anyway. Yeah, I agree. It's hard to do the calculations. This has got a reasonable amount of oxygen in here. Just need to get it temperature sealed off. Definitely open that up now.
What does this button do again? I keep forgetting.
Next dormancy 38 cycles, active period 75 in 140, so yeah. We've got 38 cycles left of that. Dave, thank you for tier 2, 129 months. Problem is the area will heat up and lose effectiveness. What area? This? Mate, this is the outside, this is space here. All of this is going to take a while to if I start giving that to heat, it's going to start moving through the material, isn't it? Like, I don't know how effectively or quickly it's going to move the heat, but it's going to move the heat, surely. It'll be good for a while. Literally everything in this game is good for a while. There's no permanency in this game. You're always on edge with something. I love that. That water looks like it's boiling. How cool is that? It's like 90 Celsius. It's like having a kettle. That's brilliant. And then you can see it, look, condense in here. Brilliant. I love the way it does that. Yeah, the little floppy disk, little 3.5-inch disk, data bank. Do we need to sweep that? Let's get that out of there. Oh, we've still got an Atmo suit on. A lot of stuff here as well I should have got rid of. Taking a sweet time building this. If you build storage bins close to your front line, your dupes won't have to go far and get building supplies. Well, my main dumping point is here. There's like a lot of stuff gets dropped on the ground right there, like. That is the main dumping point. It's not massively far, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure what the solution is though. This is slowly getting better, but it is a long process trying to reoxygenate your base. Another auto sweeper. I'd have to... Where's my conveyor overlay? Where's my conveyor overlay? Is... that one. We'd have to have... I mean, where would we put the auto sweeper and where would we have the dump point? That's the question. I feel like it's just continually picking things up. I think I need to turn this off. I've got a feeling they're bringing things down to here and dumping them here, and there's better plate. Like, there's no way. I'm going to disable that. I don't want that as a dump point at the moment. I feel like they're bringing things here. Whereas that one should be used. They should dump things here. It'll get swept up if it's needed, or it'll just get left there. And the only thing we take, really, is the coal. What the heck is that? A shove vole egg incubating. Slime and bleach stone. What is going into that lot? Okay, right, the tank's now made. So now we can send that one into there. I can see this needing bridges. Absolutely see this needing bridges. Bins towards the building area can be set to only accept building supplies. As in, put a drop zone here, and then say accept building supplies. And then they'll move them there. Is that what you mean?
Good evening, sir. Hope all is well with you. Just got home from another adventure.
I know you have. I've been seeing your pictures, Imp. Laguna Seca, San Francisco. You are such a jet setter. Thank you for 80 months, tier 2, Imp. Okay, now we've got some oxygen bufferage going on. Here's a question. If I was to send the end of this bridge into there, and the end of this bridge into there, because that's an input, can that now take 2,000 grams of gas? Because at the moment, the bandwidth limited to that inbound pipe. So if I go that way and they get their own inbound pipe to that connector, will that absorb the full weight of 2 pipes? Or will it somehow weirdly bottleneck?
How's the new fluff ball of cuteness settling in? Has any slippers gone missing yet, or food from the tables whilst answering the door to the postie? With your extra 2-tone mugs.
You can't overlap the input-output ports. Yeah, I think you misunderstand about the pipes. Dave, let me tell you something. That cutie likes to get on the sofa, climb on the little table between the other sofa, and stick her head into whatever's on there, and that includes the cups of coffee that I've had. She puts her head in there and starts drinking the coffee, as if she needs the caffeine. And then she took a tape measure and started chewing it. Mrs. Squirrel's like clothing tape measure. So I quickly moved the charging cable for my watch because I thought, I know what's going to happen here. And it was on that table. Do you want me to try and bring her in? Have you seen her yet? She's not napping. I can get her brought in. Yeah, my question was, if 1,000 goes that way to that connector and 1,000 goes that way, then they both can fill, but apparently you can't bring opposing connectors into them. You've only seen her on photos. Okay, hang on. Right, request has gone in, along with a cuppa, so... Give each storage its own input that combine the outs. Yeah, but hang on. If you can't combine the inputs, why can you combine outputs? Yeah, I'm thinking of feeding them separately. I get that. I think that makes a lot of sense doing that. But if I connect a second pipe coming out of here, if I was to do this, coming out of here, like that, what actually happens? What happens here? Do they both get fill pipes? Like a full pipe, or does it alternate? How does that work? How does that connector work? Does the connector have a 1000 throughput as well as the pipe? Oh, geez, this doesn't look good. Is that okay? That seems to be okay. No, I don't know if that's going to work. Should I connect this to out there? It'll alternate. Interesting. Yeah, look at that. It's alternating the inputs. You see, what you need 2 pipes here, and then you need the factorial equivalent of a merge balancer, so you can balance both pipes. That's what you need. You need a balancer for pipes. Oh, I think she's here. Hang on. Is she here? There she is. There she is. Hello, baby. Hello. Oh, there she is. You back to your daddy? Yeah, you back to your daddy. There she is. Say hello to the stream. Come on. Don't be shy. Say hello to the stream. There she is. Oh. There she is. A little cutie, aren't you? This is Bonnie. And she's 2 months old. And she's a cockapoo. And you're adorable, aren't you? Yes, you are. She's like a little teddy bear. And she's so friendly, aren't you? If I hold her up, you can see her properly. There you go. She's looking around. She's looking at my build and going, I would not build it that way. No way. I reckon you can get better gas throughput there, she says. Without a doubt. Yeah, she's only small at the moment, but she's growing. She's eating and she's growing.
Eating.
What's she eating?
Yeah. Weeing.
I think she's having a bit of a growth spurt, if I'm honest. Ah, she's golden. She can't do any wrong, can you? No, you can't. Lovely. Oh, she is Daddy's favourite. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, Pippa.
No, she's my fave.
Oh, Pippa.
She's my fave.
Must have favourites with
If I could stream with her here, I would do. There you go. Ah, she's great. Yeah, so that's Bonnie. We've had her since Monday. What happened to Doyle? Doyle died January last year. You can build a balancer, just like with belts, to split each pipe in 2, cross them over, and merge half pipe from one pipe with half a pipe from the other. And the same on the other end, you'll have a balanced output. Wait, have you got a diagram of that, Captain Flint? Don't connect the output from one tank to the other. No, I'm about to change that because this is what I'm saying. If I could have the output of here coming onto a separate line, and then I can balance these 2 lines, and then send them on the way with 2 lines, that might be a useful thing to have. Split each pipe in 2, okay. Cross them over. and merge them. I think I get what you mean. Hang on. Let me try and do this on my head. I think what you're saying... So if you've got like an input line here and an input line like that, so you've got these two lines that you want to balance, what you're saying is send one like that, one like that, yeah? And then I have to somehow get this one back over to there and merge it. Something like... So if I take that one...
Cup of tea!
Cuteness overload for 2 months old, and absolutely gorgeous. Bring back the puppy Bonnie streams, like we had with Doyle on Sunday nights, and now just need another puppy named Tyler Scrove.
So you basically send the input of this one. You merge that back. I think this is right. And then you send that one over there to merge with this one. Is it basically that what you're suggesting? Because I think you're right, Captain Flynn. I think that that is a gas pipe balancer right there. And therefore what we can do is we can take the output of this one directly to that one and then send this through there. So we then take this like that. And then this one can just go like that. And then we cut that. We cut that. I think I probably want to put a one-way piece on here as well, just to set the direction. Actually, probably don't need it. Might get rid of that thing. I think we can have the one-way pieces down here. And then we're going to have this coming up from here. That'll come into there, basically. These will go. Yeah, Dave, she is cuteness overload. She is absurdly gorgeous. We've got enough oxygen here to keep us going for a bit while we get this working. At least we get 2 down pipes. I know we're gonna have 888 down each pipe, but I'll take it. I can then send one set of pipes one way and the other way and get different priorities going. What's the temperature of that water now? 26. Kebab inhaled. Good luck with that. I like how you come back from your trip and just start eating a massive kebab. How much weight have you put on? Because I saw the pictures of your food. How much weight have you put on him? I reckon you've put some timber on. You must have done. America's the worst. I know. The portions and stuff, I've seen it. I've seen it, mate. I've experienced it. They don't do small portions. Hi, Dave. see if we can see this in action now. Actually, I want to delete one there. I want to get a couple of bridge pieces in. Let's delete that there. And we'll get a gas bridge. Just to make sure we have flow direction set. Oh geez, no, this is bad. Something's going backwards here. Maybe it'll start working when I get these. Look, it's trying to flow backwards here. Maybe I should have put the bridge sections here. That would have probably helped, if I'm honest. Let's do that. We'll see. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to have a pipe. Because it's basically trying to backflow at the moment. Maybe there's no way you can stop that. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of backflowing. It's supposed to come through this way and it's not. This is supposed to feed 50 into that and 50 into that and carry on that way. I don't want to complicate things because it's not working yet and I need to understand why it's not working. Okay, that's now flowing. If I just quickly vent that one, just so we can get it all working. You see, when you don't understand something, whenever you're learning something, you do it in a complicated way. It's only later when you understand something better that you simplify it. The ultimate goal being when you're an expert at something, it is as simplest it can be. That's part of your progression towards learning anything. So because I'm quite new at this, what I do tends to be complicated, whilst I try and find out what works. Now that should start flowing. There we go. It's still backflowing in there, look. So it comes through here, goes over that bridge, and then it backflows this way rather than going... Because it's going left and right on a 50-50 split, which is not really what you want, but it probably still works. Because it's a junction that goes left and right. The only way to really fix that, I think, is to move that bridge back one and then have another bridge piece, because the bridge will take it. The bridge will force it that way. Yeah, exactly. You need a one-way right after to basically force it through, but you can't join a bridge to a bridge, so... But when all's said and done, is it balancing? That's the question. I mean, you're getting 2 blocks perfectly coming down. You're never going to get a full pipe, but you're getting 2 alternate pipes perfectly balanced. The bridge must be after the split. Yeah, so you split here and then you need a bridge piece to force it that way. But I don't know if I can put one in because of where I've put this bridge here. I think I need to move everything to the left one. Annoyingly. Let me deconstruct these two, and then we'll put the split a bit further back so we can put the bridge on the other side of it, and I think that might fix it then. Okay, so this time we'll come this way, like that, and split earlier. That allows us to build that. I have to let it split and then bridge, don't I? I have to do it that way. So that can go there, which means that can be cancelled. And that piece can be deleted. What you've achieved is a lower amount of oxygen going to base. No, not. Not when we sort this out. We should end up... Basically, we're outputting... 800, what is it? What's the electrolyzer? Yeah, wrong one. $888 times 2. So that's not a full pipe. So we should end up with pipes that have one full block and then a bit of another when it's all working properly. One of them's getting bottlenecked, weirdly. This is still... Oh, I've put it in the wrong place, you banana head! Actually, does it matter if that's there? It probably doesn't matter. Let me deconstruct that. Should we put one there for good measure? Absolutely no backflow. Yeah, just force the issue. Like, this is what you're going to do. At the moment, one pipe's getting more than the other. It'd be interesting to see how it produces this here, because you could end up with, like, each unit of oxygen could be 0.8, like 800, 800, 800, or it might do 1,000 followed by 600. There you go. What was you saying, Fragler, about getting less oxygen? What was you saying, mate? Have it. See? Genius. Genius is what that is. Right, I can stop sending it to that vent now, and we'll just basically get another flow going through the base. Okay, so we'll just come this way. Now, we could, in theory, just send this one straight through there and let it fill the tanks up. I don't, strictly speaking, need the oxygen to be left out here at all. Those bridges don't do anything. Hey, man, that can be simplified. I have no doubt about it, but it works. You could have just piped straight through. Mate, I could have piped straight through. But if you get any irregularity in supply, you've got buffering and balancing going on. If you play Factorio, you'll know that that's never a bad thing. Just saying. Pipe it back to the main base after the suits. What do you mean by that? Send it through the suits. See what we end up with. Anyway, we've not been solving this problem. Look at this coal air now coming down here. That's hilarious. Do we want a manual airlock for this? Well, the tanks won't stay stocked ultimately because the pipe will shift 1,000 and the electrolyzer is only producing 888. So these are gradually going to go down. Did someone say you shouldn't send it across the inputs? I don't know, mate. I do not know. Maybe we should have a bypass for that then. Maybe it should... Oops. Maybe it should go round it as well. What if you send half your input like that and half of it that way? They basically said you shouldn't branch it off. They did say that. And then they said you shouldn't do this either, so who knows what you should do. Yeah, I am splitting it in half. I'm sending half down this line and half to the base, ultimately. So this can be like the bedroom supply. If the first suit fills up, the second won't receive oxygen. So it literally blocks it. So you have no other choice but to send it in directly. So you have to do that, is what you're saying. And cut that off. There you go. The oxygen can flow in all kinds of directions now. I mean... Once those Atmos suits are filled up, then the excess will come this way. So the question is... At the moment that's completely full, so where do we put this lot? You could just merge it into here. And then it can flow that way. So whatever's left... Yeah, let's do that. Whatever's left can basically flow into the input of that, which I presume it will allow. And that provides Atmos suit, and then the extra goes to those Atmos suits, and then it comes into the bedrooms, if there's anything left. But the bedroom also gets a feed from the main feed, so... It's fine going straight through the suit docks. It'll just fill the first suits and then the second, rather than at the same time, Mr. Slenix. Did you hear that, Captain Flint? Apparently you're wrong. If you put a pipe grid in your entire base in every direction, it'll find a way. Yeah, there's loads of ways of doing this. Anyway, the main thing is oxygen's flowing, although it isn't. Apparently it's now stopped because it's waiting for this. Can you please put that piece of pipe in, Justin, while you're doing nothing? You know, you might be low on oxygen, but if you actually fix that pipe, you'd actually get some oxygen. A white input will skip, a green will not. What does that mean? There we go. I see what you mean. So you're basically saying if you connect a pipe, if you run pipes through those inputs, they will skip it if they're full, because they're an input. But if you run it through an output, it will stop. The thing about this is actually slowing down that supply chain because it's... thing is, if the Atmos suits need oxygen, it's going to steal it all. And then when they're full, all of it goes this way and it slows down the flow. So you can't win. Because actually, that would allow everything to flow better. You have a circuit overload, I'm not surprised. Whereabouts? Oh, I forgot about the skill. I haven't looked at the skills for ages. Research Justin can do stuff. He's got some capacity. Rancher Pups needs some boost on something because he's not doing very well. Dr. Wiki Tom. Advanced medical care for you, mate. Digger Knight. Improved carrion. Build it Imp. Improved carrion. Research Justin. Astronomy. Yeah, go on. Get into astronomy. Why not? (27, 25, 23). So the average temperature's come up now about 3 Celsius on this water. Which means the base temperature average is going to go up, and if we need to be careful here because the food is now in a 27-degree environment. So I think what we'll do is we'll implement our cooling solution and get that water temperature back down. Because the pipe system runs around the base. We might have to take a detour through the food just to cool the food down. I don't know. The average temperature in the pipe is now 31 Celsius. So I need to lose some of this heat now. Let's pause it and have a little think. It's in the O2 room behind the manual generator. What is, Mr. Slenix? Would suggest insulating the power transformers. These guys. Will they not overheat if I do that? I don't know which wire is overloading at the moment. I needed to show me which one's overloading to fix that. Right, this is the cool zone. That's now empty. We can now get rid of that. Okay, that's now more or less self-contained. Good afternoon from a 36 Celsius beautiful beach in Mexico. Very good. What's this? How has this fallen through here? Scumbag game. Right, this is going to be the cooling. So I guess what I've got to do is... We've got a limited amount of space here. We want to run it through this water. I guess I'm going to have to run the outbound that way. And then it go into insulated pipes so it doesn't lose its temperature. And then run it all the way up through here. And then take it out, cool it down, and bring it back insulated until we get... Wait a minute, no. We want the cold water to come back. So I've already got a big run through. Can I get rid of some of this, do you think? Is that too much? Could I perhaps just shorten that to here? It feels like that's way too much. Because I need some space over here to pick up the temperature of the water and bring the cool water back. UK weather's back to normal. It's pretty nice outside. I feel like the cool water's down here, probably because that's where the ice is. Change the lineup from the pump to give more space. You're gonna have to, I think. I'm gonna have to change this, so... Let's go that way instead. I think what I need to do is leave a run gap in between each of these, so we can like come down, drop down, and go that way. Because that way I can interleave two radiators like that with bridges. I don't think we need this Atmo suit thing now. Let's just turn that off for a bit. They can breathe in there for a minute. Get more done. You need plastic to build steam turbines to create cooling rooms. That's the next step. That was on my original list of goals for today, was to get plastic going. Sadly, that hasn't happened today. We'll have to try and make it happen tomorrow with plastic. I wanted to get a Draco ranch going. We needed oxygen, like, because it wasn't included, unfortunately. And oxygen's quite important in this game. It's a critter drop-off and they've not been moved yet. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to completely break this. This is going to be... Because setting this thing up is a bit of a pain. Like, this one's got a pump on it, but this one just flows naturally. As a
Woo, hey
radiator.
everyone, hey Paul Sklovef less than 3, hey guys, hey guys, hey guys.
Big gamer, thank you for a year. Yeah, this is annoying because you need a pump to kickstart them. Oh, I'm going to have to use that pump to do it, aren't I? Let's get some power in that so this pump's ready to go when I need it. $12 months, but really is more. No worries. See, this one's actively pumping water, which is being consumed, but this radiator loop is just filled with water except for one block, and then it just naturally flows. Liquid. No worries, dude. Igneous rock. So we're going to need a run through that. And jump down. Run back. Jump down. I think we just build a load of horizontal runs. And then we'll interleave them. And the bridge... Oops. I'll have the bridge on the outbound if I can. Yeah, this is gonna break initially, then I have to probably reprime it with water. I think I need that on a switch so I can control it better. Does the switch work underwater? If I build that switch here, will it work fine, or will it just break because it's underwater? What does the game do with that? Is it a water? Is it like an IP65 switch? What does yes mean? I'll tell you what, I'm just going to build it. They'll melt over time. It will melt? Why would it melt? It's either waterproof or it's not. It'll work fine, thank you. Right, let's build... I'm just gonna have to just bite the bullet, break this and rebuild it. Oh, you was talking about using that, right? You were talking about something else, fair enough. Let's delete that. You see, you should really prime this with polluted water, but that's a whole world of pain. Especially when some of it might leak into my main water tank. Actually, what I'm going to do is deconstruct those tiles. I actually don't think we'll need this anymore, if I'm honest. What am I doing? Just breaking everything. Okay, so we're going to flow that to there. We're going to flow that to there. Flow that one to there. And then we're going to send this outbound. And that's going to be our radiator now. So that's one radiator. Now we have to reprime that radiator. That should still flow, but it can be filled up with a bit more water. Because there's some big gaps in it. So what we'll do is we'll connect this up to here. And then we can turn this thing on and reprime it. What I'm trying to do is interleave two sets of radiators. This one is bringing heat from the base back to the water. It's equalizing the water. Whatever temperature this water's at, the base is going to be at when it's all running. So then the next radiator is going to keep the water at the temperature we want it to do. Yeah, it's effectively a heat exchange. We're having two radiators with water as a conduit. That's what I'm trying to do. So I'm building the first one, which is the one that's going to cool the base. And then we're going to build the other one, which is going to cool the water. But I thought this was a better way of doing it, because I thought about having the pipes just come in and then just go up and down through the water and back out. But I thought, well, that relies on the temperature moving across the water, which could take time. Doing it this way, by having the blocks adjacent to each other, allows the transfer of heat much more effectively. Because it increases the surface area of the transfer, doesn't it? Which is literally what a heat exchange does. Right, so now I've got to be careful because I've got to... Where's the gaps? Right, there's a big gap here. I've got to turn this off at the right moment. This is not going to be easy. Because there's a bunch of water needs to flow. You know, I'm going to turn it off now, actually. Why can't I turn that off? There we go. Thank you. So this, where's the gap? I might have to get a plumber on it now. Dang it. I think I've overfilled it already. Yeah, I've maxed it out. Okay. Whoops. Disconnect that. And where's the plumber? Mop, wrangle, harvest, empty pipe. Right, do I just need to clear one block of the pipe? If I do that on one block of the pipe, do you think that'll work? You can prime the cooling loop with a bridge very easily. Okay. There you go. So if he moves that... Is that enough to get it going? Right, you can stop it now, mate. Yeah, can you stop? Can you stop? How do I tell him to stop doing this? Cancel. What an heck? He was just going to empty the whole thing, wasn't he? There we go. That's now flowing. So we're back to where we were, which is good. Now, I want the other one. So how are we going to do this one? I can probably deconstruct that lot. Now with this one, we're going to have liquid bridge. So if we go to that, and then that, and then that, get rid of that one. Connect that in. Then the output comes out here. So basically this now needs to go out. And then it needs to become insulated, I think. Because at the point where it leaves the water, you want to stop all heat transfer, don't you? So then you need to insulate all the way to where you're going to cool it. And then you need to insulate the cool water all the way back until you release the temperature back into this lot. I think that's what you need. That goes there, goes there. So if this is the outbound, then this is the return. And that water will flow through there and back out again. So now we need insulated pipe made out of granite. I have a lot of granite. How do we get over there exactly? Can I bridge over that? Is a bridge gonna lose? Is a bridge gonna lose temperature when it goes through the bridge? Like, if I've got insulated pipe and then I hit a bridge, is that gonna bleed heat? Because I don't really want that. I mean, I suppose I can work around it by going into that tile. Insignificant amounts. Okay. In that case, we'll keep it straight like that. Because this is going to fill up with some more water soon, so I might just... Does it? Right, where are we going? We're going all the way up here. Probably want to land... This is our cool zone. I don't know how many pipes I want to go through. Because this temperature's minus 52 here. There's the abyssalite. That's sulfur, so at this point you need thermal tiles, really. Now you can't send the pipes through abyssalite, so I'm going to have to come in through some thermal tile. I could probably just loop it through this space, maybe. Also, this is quite warm, so maybe... I really don't know how many tiles of cooling we need. Or rather, how many bits of pipe of cooling we need. But this is where we need to come out. And also we need some logic before that, which I was going to build in this lot. Because we need some, like, bypass. I need to get rid of all this, don't I? What's the most effective tile I can make for conducting heat? Which has the highest thermal... what do they call it? Like the highest thermal transfer tile I can make. Is that a metal tile? Metal tile, okay. So if I make it out of... I make it out of iron, maybe. What's the temperature there? Wait, that's a vacuum? That's no good. This is absolutely going to be trial and error. Place one of each type and click to see its thermal conductivity. So if I build a metal tile, one of those, and one of those. Do I have to physically build it in order to see its properties? .60 thermal conductivity. 55 and 60. So gold or copper is best, iron slightly less. Whereas a normal tile is 2. That is significantly different thermal conductivity, flipping heck. Also, this is a vacuum here. I don't want a vacuum because a vacuum won't transfer any heat. I'm gonna get rid of that. I need to be careful because all this stuff's gonna collapse if I'm not careful. Oh, hang on. Let's see. So if we make... copper will do. Wait, what's the thermal conductivity of this lot? 1? Oh my god. 2 on dirt. Well, the thing is, if you go out to space, it's a vacuum, and it's very hard to get rid of heat in a vacuum. So you don't want that. You kind of want to lose heat through this lot. But I don't know how much material I need to go through to lose the heat I want. That's the issue I'm facing. I'm trying to keep this nice and cold by insulating the tiles here. Like we've got abyssalite, which is really good insulator, and then I've got insulated tiles from trapping the cold air here. This will equalize itself at some point anyway. Like that cold is naturally working its way down. Yeah, the heat's not going to be anything like that temperature, Hendo. Maybe I just use conductive pipes. What are they called? Radiant. Just use a run of radiant pipe. Just send it in a loop and see what happens. Like just do, I don't know. Just change the time. Blimey, that's expensive. I don't really care about the geyser. We've got to cool the temperature of that water down. So what I want is a liquid shut-off on that sector there. So I want to send the water that way if it's above a certain temperature, or shut it off. So we send it upwards. So your pipe comes up, goes through the shutoff presumably, and the shutoff will take the water if it's open. Is that how it works? So then we need a thermal sensor. Liquid pipe thermal sensor. I don't know, here maybe? Is the heat detrimental to colonists? So, crops, for example, need a certain temperature range to grow. So if I come in like that, and then go through like that, and then back down like that, I have no idea if that's correct. It can't be correct, can it? Because the extra loop that goes this way, insulated pipe, that's going to go up, and then it's going to come back down. And what we're trying to do is create a bypass. If that's shut off, we carry on. So presumably this comes in this way and merges. Like that, maybe? Presume I'll need a bridge just to make sure this all flows the right way. Make an air-filled copper room. I don't know which radiates heat better. So the temperature sensor... Okay, so... Send a green signal if it's above... I don't know, let's say we send it for cooling if it's above 25. Yeah? So if it's above 25, send that to green. So the water comes up here, it's above 25 Celsius, we send it for cooling. If it's not, it carries on and goes back. That's what I'm trying to do. The only issue is, if I don't use a pump, then this water here, when we've primed the pump system, when it goes that way, there's more space in here than there is in here. So we'll end up with gaps in the liquid. Because you're sending liquid into an extra loop. But it's either that or we run a pump on it. I don't really have a solution for that. So we send this through here. And now it's in cooling territory. So radiant pipe. How many do we need? Absolutely no clue. Needs to learn which pipe has priority when it merges back in. What does that mean? Right into a chlorine biome, that's going to be fun. I'm not sure what the best way of handling that is. Hang on, we're about to release a lot of chlorine gas. Should we not do that? Tell you what, just cancel that and we'll just jink over or something. Unless I can build tiles and force that out of the way, which I probably can. If we trash that. You just put the chlorine in the gas tank for later. I will grab it later, but because I want those Dracos as well. But for now, I'll just get rid of it. He's complaining about oxygen again. Blimey. Oh, look at that. The tanks have finally emptied. I told you they would. And now that's the true output. cancel that for a second, and then build the insulated type. Through that. Does this mean the top loop will stop when the sensor's above 25 and freeze? No, so the top loop stops sending the water that way, but the water will carry on flowing and come back. That's what should happen. Jonesy, thank you for 15 months. Let's get that high priority. Waiting for granite delivery. Where's the granite? So there's a stack of granite here. 22 tons of granite right there. And they go pick it up from random places. Chlorine gas is useful. For example, down here, the chlorine gas is being used to kill the germs inside of the water. So there's basically water flowing in here. It's grey waste water that's coming in from the toilet system. Why has it got water flowing in it? Basically, unclean water, if you send it into these reservoirs, and if those reservoirs are sat in chlorine gas, it kills the germs, basically. So they're very useful for that. Which is another thing I was doing. I was trying to trap this chlorine gas into here and seal that off. Why can't I delete that? No, it's from the same devs as Don't Starve, I think. It's a very, very similar art style. Viking, thank you for 133 months. You got a new thing waiting in the vortex. It's been there for ages. How are we progressing here? We've got a lot of stuff in the bottom of here now. So this water's already at 30 Celsius, which means the base is going to get to heat to 30. When it does, we're in trouble because these things only grow between certain temperatures. 5 to 30, I think. So yeah, they're going to shut down. Like, our whole food production chain's going to shut down unless we cool the base. Wait, you didn't... Oxygen here is really bad. Is it a sieve that... Oh my god. I put the ladder on the pole so it's stopping them from going down. How's the sauna? Hey, you can breathe in this sauna. It's a start. No liquid output. Unreachable build. I do not know how effective that's going to be. Short-term fix the warm plants make an ice sculpture, then they'll melt the ice. Yeah, so the thing is, I can bring the temperature of this down by putting ice in it. Ice and snow. It's already got 8 tons of ice in there. Hence why the water next to it's only 24 Celsius. But then it quickly becomes 27, 28, 30. So the water that's leaving that pipe... Like, in that pipe it's 30 Celsius, bizarrely. In the pipe there, it's 26. By the time it gets over to here, it's 24, 27, and then by the time it gets there, it's already at 30.5. It's kind of crazy. How does it just ramp up the temperature so quickly? Yeah, it was only ever a temporary fix, but it, you know, it kept it under control for a bit. Come on, guys, get this done. I'm just going to make sure the game understands exactly what I want. What happened to the wheezy plants? I don't know. There's one down here, which is just basically killing off, irradiating germs around the place, because there's a lot of germs around, and I want to make sure when the guys walk through here, they don't get too much germs on them. Squeeze me. Well, at least they can breathe a little bit in here. Look at that. All the bedrooms are now completely oxygenated, which is absolutely lovely. CO2's dropping out nicely. It's gradually pushing the oxygen down. CO2's being deleted constantly. How much can that pump handle? 500, so 2 pumps would be more effective, wouldn't it? Okay, that should double the output of the CO2. We need to get rid of more of it these days. There's a lot of it around. Ultimately, I'll probably drop that down here somewhere, and this can be the sink for the CO2. But it'll do for now. Yeah, it's pressurizing nicely, isn't it? It's really good. Quite warm in here, 50 Celsius. When I say quite warm, I mean overheating warm. Okay, so all the equipment's starting to burn out because it's too hot. And the gas pressure's too high. So this is lovely, but it's now breaking. What's the best way of fixing that? Do we just open the door and let the heat out? Or do I need to run some pipe through it? You might want to store your CO2. Okay, well, we'll do that later. How do we fix this? How do we fix things blowing up? One is enough, more waste energy. So you don't think I should build them? Rip. You can use the colder temperature of the water to cool the ambient air in the room before it reaches the electrolyzer. What, you mean take... Say that again? Nothing's overheating. What's the flame then? Doesn't the flame symbol mean something's on fire? Something's too hot? Or does that just mean it's generating heat? Oh god, there's something flowing here. Ah. Right, so this isn't working, is it? Some water just came up here. It got to that sensor, which is on a green, but it didn't go that way. Is that because that's not powered? That's probably because it's not powered. Should we just nick power from this? Run the input water pipe around the room to cool it in the heat. Water's deleted in the electrolysis. Right, so you basically mean take this pipe and before you send it in there, run it around the room. What, both rooms or just this room? You still have 1 kilowatt wires in the oxygen lines. What? I thought I'd fixed all that. Oh my god. Conductive wire. Actually, once this is working here, this will be a good test, because that water's at 31 Celsius. So we'll see what happens when it goes through. You cool the upper room, okay. The problem is to do that, I need to get the Atmo suits back on, so I'll have to sort that out in a minute. Get the Atmo suits on and then send the pipe through there before it gets to here. Okay, it's active. 31 Celsius. 29. 23. 25. Oh my god, it's about to freeze. 18. 17. 16. What? No, you didn't just... Oh, you... Didn't anticipate that problem. Okay, so that's now treated as a junction, which is sending it back into here, which is great. This is going to freeze the pipe now. How can that still be 31 Celsius? You'll learn pipes one day. Dude. How can that be 31 Celsius? That oxygen's now 22 Celsius. Why do I feel like this is not going to work at all? It's not a vacuum, dude. It's oxygen. Not very well pressurized oxygen, but oxygen. The pipe's near a vacuum. Well, it's not really a vacuum, is it? 440 grams, like fully pressurized. It's only, what, 1500? It's pretty far from a vacuum. Oh dear, oh dear. It'll take time to balance off. Well, it's just heated that oxygen around it pretty rapidly. Like, it's wildly inconsistent. Best thing to do is put the pipes inside metal tiles vertically and make sure those metal pipes are directly touching the natural tiles. You say that, but if the metal tile was touching the igneous rock has only got a conductivity of 2. So you've basically got a metal tile that conducts at 60 touching a rock that conducts at 2. It feels like that's going to take a while. Trying to get hydrogen into that room is not a quick fix, Ralphin. I have to get hydrogen and then I have to pump it over there. Mass of 1800 kilograms versus 400 grams of oxygen. I don't touch this stuff. This stuff will collapse. And its specific heat capacity, well, its conductivity is terrible. So I'd have to go into here and put metal tiles through all of this. And even then, what's going to happen is this rock is going to take the heat. And then it's going to get to that stuff, and it's not really going to take the heat. I don't feel like it's going to conduct very well at all. Wait, what if you put a metal block? How do you get rid of heat? I think the ice biome would have been a better plan. But I sent it through here. You have a tank part full of hydrogen. Which is going to work better, hydrogen or metal blocks? Problem is that the area is just naturally cold rather than actively cold like the ACE area. What I usually do is put a long pipe made of some better heat conductive rock and run it through a cold biome. The trouble is the nearest cold biome is here. So I'd have to change my pipe routing to go this way instead. And on the way we have to go through all this mess, including a natural gas geyser. Which I could use to hook up to that one at some point. Basically, I'd have to go through the polluted oxygen that way. Top part is cold biome. Which top part? I mean this. You have a thermonullifier building in that cold biome. I'm sure I just saw it. You feed it little hydrogen and it cools down pretty well. Thermal nullifier. No, that's a teleporter. Do you mean that building? Or do you mean something else? That one? No. It's hidden behind the snow ice. It's a bit up. Wait, are you on about up here? Anti-entropy thermal nullifier. Where is it? It's hard to do with the stream delay, but it's behind snow. So, you must mean down here then. This is where all the snow is. Do you mean in this bit? Okay, I am looking. I don't know how you've managed to see this, because I can't see. is a big helix-shaped building. On the right. That? Anti-entropy thermal nullifier. How on earth did you spot that? What the heck? What, you just saw that little shape there and went, oh yeah, that's an anti-entropy thermal nullifier. Of course it is, mate. What? You played a few hours? Mm-hmm. I mean, it does have the advantage coming in here that we've got 3 Wheezeworts on the way. And a frozen fossil. It's a magic building for cooling mid-game. A self-sustaining machine powered by what appears to be refined neutronium absorbs and neutralizes heat energy when provided with piped hydrogen gas. Okay, so the next problem is how do we provide it with a consistent supply of hydrogen gas? This is all surrounded by natural gas and chlorine. We are making hydrogen up here, but we're using it for power. It takes just 10 grams per second. What are we making? 112. Okay. So that's a thing. So rather than messing around with this cooling loop, we're now saying, let's not go that way. Let's go this way. Through this hell pit, into here, unlock that thing, and then run the pipes this way, and delete the heat with that thing by feeding it a bit of hydrogen. Okay, so I suppose that's going to be interesting. You thought it was 50, it was apparently a 10, I don't know. Does it say on here? Yeah, 10. 10 grams per second. I suspect the 18 will work fine in cooling down your base. How much does it delete? Does it actually say? Temperature minus 33. Overheat temperature. How much does it delete? Like 15 Celsius or something? So all I need to do is run an insulated pipe to that, send it into it, and then out comes minus 80k DTU per second. You keep getting colder and colder until it gets to 5 Kelvin. Wait, what? Then what does it do? How does it get colder if it's cooler? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. It's taking energy, but it's getting colder. Another temp solution for cooling is to use cold uranium biome to the right of your spawn. Well, I've already got uranium over here, but it's chucking out... It's actually cold, but it chucks out radiation. So I've got uranium ore there, but that's heated up, I think, over time. You said it's a magic building. So the building deletes heat, but it gets colder. That's the bit I don't get. I could understand if it heated up. Well, okay. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have to save it, and I'm going to have to do this tomorrow because that's a lot of work, and I can't do that tonight. That's why it's called anti-entropy. It deletes heat and then gets colder. That's just madness. Right, peeps, I'm going to stop there. And I will be back in the morning. I'm back at 10 AM tomorrow, okay? Because we're going to run till 2 o'clock. This is UK time, 10 till 2. And then I'll be watching the F1, and then we'll carry on after the F1. That's the plan. So tomorrow, I've now got to delete my famous genius idea and go with a different idea. I'm not happy about that, because that was a genius plan. But hey-ho, we've got the thermal interface part of it. I just need to punch my way over here. So I guess we've got the airlock. We send the dupes that way. They've got their Atmo suits. I could probably do some more, to be honest. Maybe get another 2 or 3 going. This is horrible over here. There's like germs and stuff as well, I think. Yeah, it's surrounded in germs. So I might even need to send them back via a washroom or something. Might have to put some washroom here, maybe. So they go through there, get the Atmo, come back, wash. Slime's not that bad. You say that until you get slime lung. Then it suddenly becomes bad. If there weren't an Atmo suit, does the Atmo suit just... does the germs just stop here when they take the Atmo suit off? Or do they carry the germs in again? Atmo, airlock and showers. What's the airlock for? We can tap into this when we're over here. Yeah, so the natural gas is... we've got a natural gas geyser here, which is currently dormant. And that basically powers this gas generator, so it kind of supplements the coal. We've got plenty of it stored up, but it'd be nice to tap into that one and pipe it over there as well. But yeah, you can use it to generate power, basically. In theory, you could trap it here and just make another power station, I suppose. You can also drop all this horrible water into that bit. Get rid of all that, and then we can use this part of the base, I guess. Showers are better than wash basins and make sure you get fewer bugs. I didn't even know you had showers in this game. Improves duplicant morale and removes surface germs. Blimey. Presume you have clean water in, grey water out, just like you do with this thing. You just hook it up to that, I guess, don't you? Just pipe it in there. Mind the water pressure. What do you mean? Use Weezewarts at the airlock to destroy germs. Well, we're going to get some Weezewarts if we punch over here. Get some more. Let's put one there maybe, or here. So you get irradiated on the way through. Anyway. Thanks for watching, guys. I will be back in the morning at 10 AM and we'll carry on. This game is crazy. That's it from me. Take it easy, guys. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Love you all. Good night.